Oh boy. Oh boy. I think everything is working as intentional, hopefully. Haha. Okay. I am not late. I hit the button. Oh. Hang on, Judge. Oh yeah, we did watch the Divine Seance last. Yep. This is gonna go well. Hello, hello. We're back into the frickin' fire because this one, even though is least guilty for Maya, they're still gonna say she's guilty. You told me about it, Pupper. So yes, I knew about it. But yes, hello, hello, hello. The divine seance is complete. Great, another clearly incriminating seance vision. Yeah, you guys ready for us to defend Maya? I played the TLC. Let me redo that. Hello. Hello. Okay, everybody. We're all in caps. Let's chill. Let's chill. Chill, 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 chill. I love when my YouTube live control thing doesn't work in OBS. I love random errors like that's my favorite. You literally ascended. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I started playing Fields of Wisteria because that came out today, fully released. So that started a bit of it. It's been fun so far. I just had to look up how the frick do I give gifts to a person? I'm going, huh? How do I give gift? Apparently it's the G button. Who would have thought? Could not be any clearer, O foul defense. You'll be playing weird and unfortunate things. At some point, yes. It was on my list of things to play. I can either play that after I finish Bugsnax, or after I finish Dave the Diver, one of the two. But yeah, it was on my list of things that I was going to play. I have it in my library. I haven't opened it yet, so I could play it on stream, but yeah. I was planning to. What? Okay. Is that why you were playing Elden Ring again? Goodness. Alright. I renamed my character. Great. So I should never open up my world ever again because I'm gonna be freaking hunted to the ends of the earth. I'm gonna have to go back to my home planet for a bit. Well, I gotta know if you want to know the secret code, because if you input the code, you'll be able to understand the Expanse language, which will let you get some extra lore. Well, sure. If it would help with context. Yeah, that's old. Panera sacrifices for your upcoming job thingy. Well, thank you. That means tomorrow I'm hoping for good luck. Which, speaking of, well, we have Nayuta over here staring deeply into Apollo's eyes. I might as well say, okay, when you start the stream, I'll tell you what to do. It's really easy. Okay. I got a call from something else, and I was like, okay, cool, another interview. And then, but the issue for me, well, first of all, when I applied for it, it didn't have hours. And I love when they call to tell me the hours. They told me it was 14 hours. 14-hour shifts. And I went, what? Do you mean 14 hours? How could I do 14 hours? Holy tamales! Oh my gosh. I think I barely could handle 12. Capitalism at its finest. Something like that. It was just like, oh my gosh. That would actually mentally kill my brain cells. And I was just like... And then... because the person didn't even explain it properly, it almost sounded like I would have even more than 40 hours a week, so the basic would be at least 42 hours on top of something else 2 other days, and it's like, holy frick. Yeah, I was like, I can't do 14 hours. I'd barely be alive. I need 12 hours of sleep, man. Like, I don't think 12 hours jobs are a bad thing. It depends on what a living being wants to do with their time. Most want 8. But yeah, it was like, what the frick? Hi, Natural. Speaking of ones working horrible hours, Vernius, hi, sleep. I was talking about how I got a call from a job opportunity that talked about working 14-hour shifts. When I was in the culinary school, I was on my feet for like 9 hours with only 1 30-minute break, and my feet were gone by the end of the class. Yeah. Yeah, and that tells you a lot. It's like, oh my gosh. Yes, 14 hours a day. At least for 2 minimum, so 42 hours. Plus, I guess 2 other days where you would work maybe an 8-hour shift. It was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I feel like I said no because I thought it was very too much for me. Let alone the fact when I was asking or something. No, it's not. It was not. It was literally just a desk job. And 2, when I asked a question, she sounded like I was being stupid. Well, yeah, you would get overtime just in general, but the point is that it felt like she thought I would... Yes. For a desk job. And I'm like, wow. What is the point? Why? I don't know. I didn't know. This is the thing. They didn't tell me there was no hours put on the posting. Because for some reason, this is another thing that you learn. Is some companies, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, don't understand the concept of please put the hours in. People or living beings in general that apply for these would be more willing for these things if they could understand the hours. Fighting musical monsters, well, thank you, Pupper. It's like my current job. Why the heck are we starting work at 6 a.m.? Hey, if you leave early, that's great. I think we know the reason why they don't have that many desk jobs. Yeah, people are desperate. Yeah, but if you don't put the hours, then nothing's gonna come from it. That's just gonna end up worse off. But yeah, it was just like the attitude was not very nice either, so it was like, no. Yeah, they don't put the hours so people apply. Well, they have to tell you. That was the first thing that came right out of the gate. That was the first thing they said. And I'm like, holy frick. I am not going all the way to Canada, much. You're asking a lot. That's a lot of stuff to do. Do you know how much work that would even be? I'm gonna be very honest. What would you like me to do? Freaking just what? It'd be like, excuse me? Alright, anyway. Alright. Been almost 10 minutes. Let's get into the game. Flies a lot? No, but you're just a special little cat, aren't you? That's all you know. I think you're just special. Okay. Oh, Okay. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Well, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light, the scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One could almost sense the horror about in me must have felt. It's a little snowflake. Yes, yes, you are. Just like Nayuta over here. Just like Nayuta over here. You guys are probably cut from the same cloth, you and him. The facts are presented by her benevolence are indisputable. But that wasn't me. Do something, Nick. Don't let me in with him. He's got overconfidence. He likes to call people silly names. And he gets frustrated when he's wrong. I think I've hit the nail on the head so far down that you're not going anywhere. I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle. You don't see the resemblance? It's personality. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Come to think of it, the rite's guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. It would be 18 hours of pay per day. Yeah, but it also depends on how much money that they're giving. Like I said, it just is too much time in a day for me. Why'd you have to type that as soon as I go to drink my tea? Oh boy. The transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The rite of water. Yeah, luckily it didn't make it to my lips before I read it. So it was just like, okay. Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her along with her dagger. The rite of fire. The priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. Wow. Paul, you don't hide anything, by the way. You're the one who doesn't turn off notifications on Steam. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. He's playing Elden Ring. You didn't see it right behind me, right here? It says, just Paul, Elden Ring. I had to find my save files. Oh. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object? Yes, actually, I would. It's fine, it was funny. Of course, because I know my client is innocent. So you say, you truly do not know when you were beaten, do you? We barely started. We put one foot in the door. I managed to pull it off last time with Alibi. I'll just have to do it again. We tend to find fault with her benevolence's insights yet again. It would seem lawyers are Pokemon creatures indeed. Look at the Pokemon! Pokenin! Pokenin! What exactly is a Pokenin? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. What do you even mean? You're the one who doesn't turn off notifications. A Pokemon? Kind of. They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth. So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to unwittingly dig your own grave. So what was the last time? Luck? Because if it can happen once, it can happen again. Insights. Well, we agree, right? That if she misinterpreted it once, she can do it again.
The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a satra? Golly. You always trust in Phoenix when you gamble? Well, yes, because it's definitely a higher chance of it to happen. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the satra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes.
Well, my question becomes, do these lanterns also have incense, or is it just the costume?
It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe... This is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments.
When he was Londoned? What? Like... Alright then. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. So, well, you're alive, so I think you're fine.
Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me. Sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes.
You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight.
Well, how did you end up finding contradictions last time?
We stare at it and hit it like a rock. And then until it works. Saying brutal stabbing, says the man holding a butterfly. Yep. The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appear in the pool of souls? Looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim.
Oh, it was an imposter? Yes, it was an imposter among us. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. Sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Raphia's insights the last time. So there could be contradictions between what Albot in me felt about her insight. What Albot in me felt and her insights, huh? You got it, and I'm going to find them this time too. Should I check how to point out contradiction? No, I'm okay. Now I remember how it works. Still, the sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Alibi's trial. Unique code characters that... Which character? Which one are you specifying? If we're talking about the frickin' one name, that's the priest. In which case I better keep an eye on changes in their intensity. 2. Okay, time to point out the sensations that contradicts the insights. Oh boy! What in the heavens did you just write, Matthew? Any script. What the frickin' heck am I looking at? Oh, you're looking at, you're talking about Natural's Among Us thing? Don't ask me. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns. Okay, yep, he did. At the first part of the tragedy ended, he lowered the sutra. He was reading Wind.
Footsteps, incense. Pain. He heard the accused approaching footsteps, smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his lifeless blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. He looks like he was shaking here. Like... Why aren't the footsteps getting bigger? Because the incense gets bigger when she approaches, but the footsteps don't, which is weird. Would it be... You hear the accused approaching footsteps, and he smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim fell into intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. White overwrite? As his life's supposed to older vision him to finally pass from this world. The wordings suck. He heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. Like, this is just suspicious to me.
Objection!
Is that correct? The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps. What do you mean my reading sucks? What the frick do you mean? It's gonna be like, what do you mean I'm reading what has been said? But did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? Hello, Ron. Good morning, good morning. No, it's not, because there's something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, barbed head. You know, it's the right thing, by the way. Well, thank you. It was the first... Well, I'm, like, looking at this. I'm like, yeah, he does the bowing. He does the whole thing. And then all of a sudden, it's like... The footsteps don't get any closer. How is she supposed to get closer if she can't walk closer? You know? Maya has feet to walk on. The footsteps are strange because the timing doesn't make... They don't get louder. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger. Hello, Leo. Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, Your Benevolence? Well, there must be a reason.
Objection!
As they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. Wow. What does that even mean? I don't know. He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your Benevolence, perhaps you must listen more carefully to the Albot's Mitama. Listen more carefully. What is he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with a Mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? Because she doesn't worry about it. She thinks she's always right and nothing could go wrong. So why do I need to extend my power more than I need to worry about it? Yep, I'm just the princess of this country who knows the bare minimum. Thumbs up. Oh boy. By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. There we go. Dance number 2. She's just a girl. Yep, she's just a girl. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Is that your model is just like literally stretching with your toes fixed? Yeah. It's like I'm standing on my toes. No. Please don't do that. This is a child. Yeah, I can. It's like if I'm stretching on my tippy toes. Ba 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 ba. Is that a problem? That's a child. Oh boy. It's supposed to be royalty. Yes, but she is a child. Bells? Huh? Footsteps change to bells. What could this? That's him, though. He's got bells on his feet. That makes even less sense. He heard the bells on his feet. Bells, but the only bells at the scene of the crime were... that jingling must have come from Abad and me's bells. Mean those big things he had on his ankles? They're the only bells that exist. Oh, there you have it. That doesn't explain anything. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Then that means... If the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. But why would he run? If that's the case, then why did he run? Why would you run towards being stabbed? That sounds like a horrible idea. The victim was the one who went running towards the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from her benevolence's insight would have us believe. Sewer slide. The reason is really funny. Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself? Please explain. Is he a martial artist? He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voices. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. But be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation. Postulation.
Objection.
Well, his insolence is inexcusable. I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sadmati? Even if it was Albot Imi who moved, it still does not negate the accused crime. Well, if he walked into the blade himself, yes, it would. If he went running right at her like Naruto, she's going to not be accused of murder, because she didn't murder him. He ran into the knife himself. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it? Oh, it does. If so, it would be involuntary manslaughter. Yes, it wouldn't be she committed the murder for whatever reason, like, oh, she's with the rebellion, which does exist in this game. But, you know... Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well. Golly. Right, and that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer? That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Do nothing, he was just being silly. Yes. Well, when you look at that, what do you think? You're kind of like, what? Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. Long live the revolution. God. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. Which, why by the lantern?
See, the fact that it was Obed and me who moved changes nothing.
Come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. The contradiction I pointed out must mean something. You got the wrong idea, babe. She wasn't even there to unalive him. Possibility. You don't really know. Till we get there. That one sensation changed after Princess Rafa refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights.
Oh boy.
The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading the sutra. Da-da. Da-da. At the first part of the transformation rite he lowered the sutra suddenly. Yeah, it does change, because what happened? He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the lantern. Oh, it was the victim fellow testman. I believe this is when he was stepped. Wait, it's the pool. Wait, how did he get? Wait. No, I didn't see it, but how did he get here? How did he get to the pool? If he's over here, how did he get over here? Because he just fell over. How did he get here? And over there? The wind blew him away. Spilled over, his vision dimmed until finally he passed from momentum? From what? The wind? Water? 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 Bells. I'm so confused. What? Yeah, this time we can blame the wind, guys. What the frick? So the water's here. Play. Wind blowing in the broken lantern. It's just so weird. It's so weird.
Objection!
Okay. Hold it. How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? What the frick even happens during the purification rite? I need to look at this frickin' book again. Very helpful information, thank you. Okay, the purification rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pani Pani. Begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with essence. Next is the rite of water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and the dagger. Ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days. Later at noon. Enjoy your dinner. So basically the whole thing's a fancy way for Lady Kira to take a bath once a year. Must be nice to be her, ha 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 ha.
That's easy. The customs govern the rite are very clear. And how about Amy would have adhered to them?
Oh, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point.
What's this?
It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh. Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. Did he jump backwards? And therein lies the contradiction.
What contradiction?
I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Pokodon, this is absurd. This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insights indicates. Then where do you suppose the accused stood once she donned her Lady Kira's robes? We know now, yes, it happens, my brain. Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here. You're making me... What? Where was Maya when the... Based on the victim's footsteps? I don't know. I don't know. Here? Here? Maybe? I don't know. I guess the weird thing, she's like all the way back here. The spring. I don't know. It's just weird. Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Albert and me and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this rights guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is, the victim did step into the spring. Was he all the way freaking over here, though? Because he's looking at the broken lantern. Why is he all the way over here? This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. Okay, we're gonna have to get explanations. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring?
I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. The High Priest would never make such an obvious blunder during a rite. What on earth? Is that even possible? Be that as it may, that just doesn't overturn my insights.
It doesn't?
Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what?
So what? This completely reverses their positions is what?
That their positions differ from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly doesn't erase the accused's brutal crime.
Yeah, but... wouldn't you want to be behind someone to cause a crime? Well, they're insights from the Holy Mother, but they're also coming from the Magatama from the priest. Anyway, Nacho, thank you for the boost, for the help. Really? You guys have a point there. Really, Phoenix?
You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster.
Ugh. You were gonna take forever anyways. Wow, thanks. I'm like, because I'm like, what the frick does this mean?
Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about.
I wouldn't say so. Kind of. Oh, Maya, where would I be without your Golly. Oh, Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something doesn't really feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? She is on our side, it's just she's very blunt.
I will now mend my insight to account for this new truth.
Okay. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. My brain hurts. This thing is like changed 3 times. Well, 2, but it's gonna be like 3.
Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it.
What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright?
Nick?
Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yeah, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Oh boy.
Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack the putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it.
Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here.
Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Raphia's insights.
That's right, we know that Maya was standing in the spring. I feel like they're trying to do another Maya's with Nayuta. In a way, yes. But still different, if that makes sense. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum's diagram in the court record, and confirm where Maya and Elbud and me were standing, and then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insights.
It's not even a copy.
Vince commenced the right. First part. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the springside lantern. Where's my frickin' senses? I need them. Hello? Why does it take till the frickin' last half? Jeez. Most recent Phoenix Wright game I played, and the only case in the game I played. Hello, Dylan. Well, we're playing through everything, and it's definitely something. Because this is the broken lantern, because if I remember correctly, the broken lantern is further away. If I can find the stupid thing. There we go. Broken lantern's on the other side. So... Boop, 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 boop. Select wind.
Objection!
Nope.
Okay, sure.
Knew as soon as it gave me those things at the top, it's like, yep, I'm wrong. Okay, play. Incense, bells, water, pain. Contradict something you haven't? What do you mean contradict something I haven't? The problem is that the only senses is in the second half. Like, wind. Incense, bells, water, pain. What was wrong in the scene? There's something I can't... As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from this world. I'm so confused. He rushed the accused and tried to fight... Like I said, this is the broken lantern, and that's the thing that bothers me the most about this, because they're supposed to be in the water. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the spring side lantern. Yes? I see that the third statement. That's the statement that I know. It's finding what the frick they want me to contradict. Is it sight? Okay, is it sight then? Instead of sound. What do you mean map? This ain't a map. This is supposed to be whatever the frick it's called. It's supposed to be like the... Okay, select.
Objection!
Nope. That at least was my thought process. I meant the one in the record. Oh. What is it, stranger? The map specifically is... I'm blind. Jeez. There it is. Like, if he's going this way, the lantern's over here. Nothing is broken over here. If he's facing over here, the lantern should be over there, but it's not. So I can't quite get what they're trying to tell me. I don't know why the freaking insights are the things that bug me the most, where I'm looking at this going, what the frick are they talking about? It should have. Maybe I need to be a little further back. Which side was the broken lantern on? Who would see it there? Maya would, if we are to believe that. Maya should have, but the priest did. Buy me a cube where that cost me 800 in my currency, but I don't want her spending that much on me. How do I convince her to get me something cheaper instead? Try to find something that is of a cheaper price. Would be better. But this is his vision, that's the contradiction. And I'm clicking the stupid thing and it says no!
Objection!
No, it won't take it. That's why I understand, but I don't get it. His position is wrong. He stood where Maya was. But how do I explain that? Because I can't show the court record. It's selecting something in the image. Well, then tell her you wouldn't feel like you would use it if it was too expensive like that. I don't get it. I don't get it. What other thing am I supposed to push? Maybe Maya? Would it be Maya?
Objection!
Nope, it's not Maya. Really good. I should tell everybody about the keep her to... No, saying that you wouldn't use it because it is $800. Well, what I did was on the third statement and fourth panel, I selected the lantern sight while the wind sound was blowing. On the third new statement and the fourth panel, so that is correct. This thing is just being stupid.
Objection!
Okay, so I was right. I just had to be so specific. Game. Come on, man. I was right. It just was being... Phoenix. Welcome back. Your benevolence, I found a new contradiction. Yes, I have for the entire time, and I'm pushing... It's like I'm pointing the finger. I'm touching the screen, going, Phoenix, it's right here. It's right here. And he's going, what? What? What do you mean? I don't see it. Phoenix, open your eyeballs. Please. Jeez.
You did?
I guess.
No doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights.
Nope. Take a good look at what the victim saw. Just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering.
There was nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred.
No, that's where you're wrong. If the accused had been standing in the spring... Is he dressed up as Lady Kira? Or was he supposed to be Lady Kira? I'm so confused. Then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue.
I fail to see your point.
My point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outed with glass wind guards. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. It's gonna take her a second.
Seems pretty tickled, Nick.
I don't remember saying anything funny.
I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but... Very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see.
Transition codes? It's a possibility. I'm just like, is he playing the role of Lady Kira, actually?
Blessed Mitama, I beseech you. Fix your sight upon the lantern there.
That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. Wow, she could just focus super hard and zoom.
And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire.
Just enhanced it, what she wants, yes.
Therefore, there's nothing odd about the flame flickering.
Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on.
That's because the police put them back on.
Are they stupid? Why would you do that to the crime scene? Oh yes, let's put the frickin' wind guards back on. What the frick are you on about? Don't touch the crime scene! Jeez!
The sacred flame had burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We cannot risk them being extinguished, even during an investigation.
What, me? What I'm saying? Or what they did? That would never fly back home.
Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it's time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama.
Ugh.
Nick.
Don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. If the police were to tamper with the scene of crime scene. Okay, so what I said, what they did. I changed a rule slightly in my side challenge, which is that I can only use physical tests. It means finishing me off with... They have like 1 HP. That's fine. Do what you want to do. Should know this by now. Yeah. The High Priest is thought to have been moving toward her. So I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that would undermine this accusation against Maya. Commence the purification by bowing and reading the sutra. Oh wow, they're so clear. We could have done this from the beginning? Mother trucker? As for the first part, the transformation he ended, he lowered the sutra suddenly. You think I have that kind of money? You're crazy. You're crazy. Apparently like an updated autopsy, I guess. He rushed the cues and tried to fight her off by the spring lantern. It was then the victim fell in intense pain. I believed this is when he was stabbed. No, I do not, Natural. What the frick? As his life blood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world. What am I supposed to see different? So there's something here that's different because of their positions. Hello, Eldridge, welcome. What is different? See you later, stranger. I'm so confused. Wind, it's pushing. Ha, that's so funny. That's hilarious. You know that's not true. Ninjutsu, kind of, I guess. I float. But I always know how to float. It's called gravity. It doesn't affect me the same way. I don't get it. Like, him being stabbed makes sense with pain. Okay, let's not even do this. No one has to donate. Jeez Louise. Okay, let's not go pupper. Chill. What the frick is this thing telling me? He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the lantern. I believe this was when the victim fell in intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his lifeblood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. Thank you, Paul, for the 5 gifted memberships. Maybe the spring lantern with the clear vision? I don't know what that would change, though. Because what's something... Okay, go back here. Okay, can you go back? I want to see both lanterns. Move to that. That one's fixed. That one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's the broken one. It's gotta be broken. I was wondering about that, was the little spikes on the bottom, if it was broken or not. It is, so it is the broken one. It does, but the point of the matter is that this is the broken one because of how this looks. Alright, why don't we just play till the wind comes in? Because it's weirdly broken on 2 different sides. Does that even happen? Maybe we use the broken one. I don't think we use the broken one. Oh, what? Wait a gosh darn freaking minute. The vision switched around. I just realized this. This is the non-broken one. But this is the what? He turned around? At some point, because this is different.
Objection!
I got it. What could this possibly mean? Is he spinning in a circle? Because how do we get, and I need you guys to try to tell me how this happens, because he's probably going to tell me in 2 seconds. How do we go from looking this way to looking this way? Because he showed no turning. My brain hurts. What could this possibly mean? That lantern clearly contradicts the insight. Could he be asked to for the ritual? Well, the ritual only says... Next thing. The only one who should be moving around seems to be Lady Kira. So he reads the scripture while the priestess dons the robes. Then the priestess gets in the water. And then the high priest purifies it. And then the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. So yeah, he wasn't facing Maya when he was moving. Yeah, that's the thing. Hi, Paper, why is it you come in to ask for money? Why is that the first thing you ask? Oh my gosh. But this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Golly. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? 1 minute you shout out and the next you fall silent. 'Cause I heard about money.
Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping.
Whatever that was.
Is that not right, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if... To compensate for the... Can't you... What the frick? Thanks? I don't even know how that got... Now I have to freaking open... Thanks? Yes, jobs can be scary. I won't deny that fact. Thank you, Paul, for the... No, I got scared. I was like, what happened? No, because I heard it, I went over to look, and it wasn't there, and I'm like, what the frick happened? I was confused more than anything else. I appreciate it, I was just confused. I was like, why didn't it... Because I click over to look, and it's not there. It's because I had the thing turned visually off. So I was like, huh? I do use Streamlabs for donations. Or tips, if you want to say. I was just confused. I was like, huh? I genuinely was very confused for 2 seconds. That's why. Anyway, let me read. Here to compensate for the cut YouTube stole from the membership gift. Well, thank you. I appreciate the 1156. And no paper still wants to kiss. No, I understand though, the stretch doesn't work anymore. Well, because of the craziness that some things can happen. Anyway, what is happening? Okay, guys, let's all settle down. Settle down. You guys are going a little nuts. Alright, even if this overturns the entire case you've built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. I need to know what the frick's going on. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found.
Is that so?
Yeah. The lantern behind the cues clearly, no, blatantly
contradicts your insight. Why did I do that so weirdly, blatantly? That was the weirdest, blatantly. What is Hap Chat? You're so crazy.
Does it now?
One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what Albert Inmes saw in his final moments, relatedly, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Faye is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. Pupper, what they're meaning is that there is a lot more certain restrictions they have to abide by in the law when they have a minor as an employee. It just means the simple fact of the matter that you can't have minors do certain things. They can't work. They can only work a certain amount of hours. And that certain restriction depends on the job. Like, for example, I guess I'll do this. Minors can't use certain machines unless they're over the age of 18. I said paper. Paper and pupper sound very similar. Let's not even with this. I said paper. It wants to hire a manager. There's a lot of restrictions on where you can, I think you meant minor. There's a lot of restrictions on when you can work and sometimes additional training for other employees on no... Golly. I said paper. No, I did not. It's not the freaking Canadian. Let's stop. Because I was talking about screwdriver and you started talking about worker protection. Because paper was asking what is red tape. So I explained it. Paper just means there are more rules when a minor is working at a company. Like, you know, McDonald's or any working place. Those. Any company has to deal with it. That's all. Okay, in short, we are seeing two different lanterns in this seance vision.
How could this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights?
Oh boy. No.
Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far.
Will the defense please explain himself?
Based on the broken lantern, we can tell I think it's the Maya and Alba Inmi's positions where the accused and the victim were standing.
But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else?
I did. And I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. To the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing.
It is a outfit because this is a different judge than the normal judge. Welcome, Lou. What the frick is happening? I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. You already have question anyways. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Insane, I'm only in the early game. Well, you asked for a challenge, so I gave you one. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya really standing? She was standing here.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Take that!
Are you freaking kidding me? How precise do I have to be? I'm going to lose my freaking mind. How precise? Like, right here?
Take that!
I hate. I already am being driven crazy by this game. How precise? Like, do I have? Okay, fine. Is it further?
Take that!
I would say in between the text label. Jeez. Okay, sure. Point is, the first games were very forgiving. So right here? Right here.
Take that!
No, it didn't like that. So we're gonna be... What in the world, paper? On your monitor? Okay, what if I go here?
Take that!
Haha, I got it! You're fine, paper. You asked a question, I answered your question. I don't know what more I have to say to you. Anyway, I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maifei had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fei was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom.
Does that not bring us back to the very beginning?
No, this is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving toward the spring. Is that how that works? Because I'm an alien. Okay. No, I don't think I have anything of that sort. Probably has Sailor Moon, she probably has that. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned towards the accused. No, why are you... Why? No, that's weird. Stop it. Oh, boy.
What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around during the rite?
Yeah, but that's your parents. I am not a parent. I don't have no child. My third favorite ship. Golly.
But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision.
Pupper. Okay, fine. We're gonna do this. Here, I'll give you a pat on the head. Is that better? Pat on the head. There you go. Renpup's different. There you go. You get a pat on the head. That better? Oh, lordy. Pupper, maybe they're trying to tell you something. It actually does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? There was a moment when the script the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was, in fact, turning around in that moment. Well, I saw the thing shake, so that's the only thing I thought was suspicious.
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sodbody. Her benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error.
Such insolence!
Oh boy, this is the great thing to do right now, Phoenix. Huge error, you say? Do explain.
Bye. The error is the number of people? It's the number of people. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed.
This cannot be.
Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead.
Pocono! Pocono! Oh boy. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's what I've been saying this entire freaking time.
Have I misunderstood the voice of the Matama yet again? This cannot be!
And down she goes. To every other. He has more color on him, yes. Phew, that was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record. Updated!
Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will return the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you.
Bye-bye! Not so slam dunk, was it now, princess?
Sure about this, Prosecutor Sodmati?
My word as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance.
Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry.
Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas.
Yes, it's Emma, and she really didn't want to be here. I freaking hope I... Okay.
I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen.
I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value, then again. He is an international prosecutor who's solved tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh? I don't think that's how that works.
Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? A new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct?
Yes, of course. This third party must have really wanted to kill the high priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent.
Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright.
Is it gonna be the letter? Natural's talking about this is Emma. Evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this.
Take that!
Nope, it's not gonna take that. Nope. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Now you're being ridiculous. Is it gonna be this?
Take that!
Nope. Not that one either. Are we gonna keep that frickin' wanted poster? I swear. Ba. I wanted for crimes because can't consider armed dangerous contact authorities. Is it this?
Take that!
Nope. Threat. I know threat. I gave him the freaking piece of paper, but no, it wasn't correct. Like, oh, is it do I have to give him this stupid thing?
Take that!
Nope. Not that one. What's next? No, the one with... You guys are still going. The warning. I did! It's this! Is it not? Or is there something... Am I missing it? It's this... Okay, fine. This one. I thought it was in the envelope. It was separate. 3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. Jeez Louise. You did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. Ah, you're so funny. So very funny. Ha 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 ha. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. What do you suppose sent that letter? Person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Yeah. Sound about right. And I feel like someone looking after 20. Richard said I did a good job last night. Someone said something about it. Was like, okay, I don't think that's true, Matthew. Peace. I don't understand. I heard the Lady Kira that had been the news of late only 100 rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest had secretly been a rebel? The high priest couldn't possibly have been a rebel. Oh boy, this is where we lose our heads. The high priest, a devout follower of Quranism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? Yes, but it's true. I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection.
Third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the high priest was a rebel.
Oh boy, natural.
Your mockery of Quranism, no. The kingdom of Qurain itself knows no bounds.
Oops. That shameless poking lawyer.
It's making a mockery of her religion.
Oh boy. As the faithful Quranist, I take issue with these claims, and I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. We only got info to be a person. We don't really know. I don't like where this is going.
The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy to tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother.
He didn't insult the Holy Mother. We already dealt with the frickin' other priest who was was going to steal the Holy Mother's ashes. For money! Golly! Is it really that big of a deal, Maya?
Baba Inmi was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so...
Yeah? Please don't let this turn into an international incident. It's turning into one right now.
Fear not, good people of Kurain.
A lot. Like a lot. If it's for any of the people here, because she is such a big icon, it would probably raise a pretty penny. Or you have some readers out there. There's always weirdos.
The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer, who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased, shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. Prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged.
But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How was that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection.
Are you sure about that?
Who's gonna believe you? Like, you go up to the store claiming you have the Holy Mother's ashes. If you have the box that has certain things on it, then yes.
You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmatic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands.
How can you be so confident?
Something has occurred to me, you see. Your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand.
Well, you have to remember it was shown in the paper, so it's definitely not impossible.
An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts.
An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. Who the frick stayed up there at 2 o'clock in the frickin' morning? Oh, the amnesiac? That makes sense. Uh-huh. It's him again. Well, no. He has to be the shadiest witness I've ever laid eyes upon. What? Why? Why is that the thing that you say? Why? Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm... You know, that's so-and-so. Whatchamacallit. Uh-huh. Anonymous to be determined? Oh, anonymous? Anonymous. His name is Anonymous. To be determined. My gosh. We named him Anonymous to be determined. Wow. They practice. If there's something they're missing, you provide money's gonna... for a minute, I'm looking at this going, it's anonymous. Wow. That's kinda sad. TBD, as in to be determined. Can't tell us your real name?
The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
I'm assuming it's this guy. That's Rebel? That's Rebel? That's a rebel? That's a rebel. I love these names so much. That's a rebel. Guys, that's a rebel. I sound like I'm trying to frickin' be Bugs Bunny over here. That's a rebel. What's up, Doc? Oh,
Objection!
You're letting an amnesiac testify?
Have no fear. I've already questioned him at length. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact.
Well, Nadra, I have this question. Is he actually an amnesiac? Is he actually completely, like, you know, doesn't know what's freaking going on? Or is he faking stupid? Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Are honestly too on the nose. But it's funny! Hey, Pupper, you can't deny, though, that this name is glorious. That's a rebel. I love that name. I love this one. Can't say okay. But we can all agree, this one's my favorite so far. Because I thought that's a ball, and then that's a rebel. I love that one. No one can say that that's bad. It's great. I love this name. It's the best one yet. Before I will permit his testimony, now Mr. Inimus, please tell us what you saw. Trying to defend someone named that? Yeah. You're like, how's this gonna work? But just like that, we're talking to Mr. Anonymous. Witness testimony. The night of the murder. That night I was up at the top of Mount Pawnee Pawnee, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. Hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. Now it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That was when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. The frickin' jaw. There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I didn't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. Mount Pawnee Pawnee, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. How can you even see? The fences are there. Mr. Anonymous. I was wondering, what can I do you for? The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. Wow, this judge got good points. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Inimus? On the day of the riot, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, however, that we'll see a cold front move in overnight. This is 2 in the morning. He died at 2 in the morning. Didn't he? Yeah, 2 to 3 in the morning. It's clear skies in the day. How the frick are you gonna see at night? He died where the sun wasn't even up, let alone the moon. See? Told you so. Alright. Would appear the witnesses offered some testimony worth hearing. Mr. Inimus. My brain. Mr. Inimus, I too have a question for you. Didn't he already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot! How was the accused holding the dagger? Sorry, clean my glasses. Don't you love when you need to clean your glasses at the worst times possible? Clean! Was she holding it underhand, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. I thought as much.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? You're gonna say, oh, it proves that he saw it correctly?
is what I'm going to assume. Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer.
Can you stop interrupting me for like 5 seconds? Thank you.
Nayuta?
Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held?
Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one?
I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life.
Next life? Huh.
Yeah, that would be very annoying.
Yes, after your soul rides for centuries in the pits of heck, you shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin, with barbs limited to your posterior.
Wow. What a great thing.
You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter.
Wow. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case.
Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took.
He got stabbed in the abdomen, man. What more is there left?
You were saying the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct?
Yes?
As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arm around him, and plunged the dagger into his abdomen using a reverse grip.
Okay, first of all, she is not that tall. 2, he faced her. How does that work? Sad monk, even though he's conventionally attractive, which is rare, so that's how you know he sucks. Yeah. Well, it's because he's very, let's say, brutal and a little much with his insults. Like, they kind of go a little too far in some steps. What?
Thus, Mr. Inime's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain.
Oh ho ho! It just coincides with her malevolence's insights as well. No, it doesn't. This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. If she did a bad grip, how is Kira appearing in front of her? Him. Whatever. I do like the music, though. They always make really good music. Alright, I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it was a no-no, but since there was no one around, used my binoculars to spy on the right at this inner sanctum.
Hold it!
You had a pair of binoculars with you. That's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you? Actually, I just happen to have them from bird watching. Well, maybe there's somewhere you could request those or something. Maybe they could do a whole collab. Bird watching, huh? I see.
Not going to keep pressing him on this?
He's sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything I can really sink my teeth into yet. Or a major reason I can't get into Ace Attorney. Why? I love them. They're funny.
Oh, okay then.
Har 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 har. I love the great outdoors. That's just kind of guy I am. Guy called Anonymous to be TBD. Uh-huh.
He's really starting to get on my nerves.
Since I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Like I said, his jaw. Like, look at that jaw. That's a broken jaw.
Hold it!
Did you really see what you said you did? You said I'm lying about this? Well, I'm not. It's etched permanently into this old noggin. The only name that isn't a pun, to my knowledge, is Adrian Andrews, which is just due to plot reasons. I think it's more just like AA, like double A battery. You have I'll be your guide, Anonybus, that's a rebel. Well, this one is the most egregious out of the puns. Most of the series doesn't have that bad of puns. But I enjoy them.
But I didn't do what you said I did. I didn't even get a chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rite.
What do I know of that? All I know is what I saw. I've never seen you before in my life. What possible reason could I have to lie? I didn't expect there to be any witnesses way up there.
But I don't remember doing that at all.
I know, I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be an inconsistency somewhere in his testimony. I should take another look at the court record. I think it's the frickin'... I think it's this. Okay, he's got amnesia, 100% a rebel. You don't say. Rather perimeter isolating it for the answer. The entrance was shut during the rite.
Objection!
Nope, you're not gonna take it. I thought... Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, but this case is longer than the first two you did. Oh, boy! Usually is, once you get towards the later half. Okay, what about this one? I use my binoculars to find the right at the inner sanctum. Okay, what if I present it now?
Objection!
Got it, okay. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy, bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my oh my gosh, my brain goes up to day 2. Yeah, that sounds about right. Bodacious beard. Is that bodacious? Bodacious. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Inimus. Yeah, he needs to cut that beard. Just a little bit. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Why, yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pani Pani. Therefore, he couldn't have possibly seen the murder happen. Hooah! Mr. Inimus, have you knowingly making false statements to this court? You got me. The witness will lower his voice. Didn't actually see the accused herself. He didn't actually see the accused herself. What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I tell you. Oh boy. What you got for me? Round 2. The night of the murder, amended. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. Figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping that dagger. Huh? Shadows? That's what you saw? That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the rituals curtain. In the future, Mr. Inimus, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though he saw but shadows, it's still valuable testimony. It doesn't prove anything. He saw shadows. That could be anybody. You've got to be kidding me.
What are we going to do now, Nick?
All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual right and what Mr. Animus says he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more.
What?
Okay, sure. Definitely helpful to me. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain.
Hold it!
So what you saw were simply shadows? That's right. Those shadow figures on the bright white curtain. They showed through plain as day. You could see everything that happened. But Miss Faye and all but Emmy were at the top of the mountain, late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly onto the curtain? No wonder people harp on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. Is the Sasquatch? He kind of is. The lanterns were the only source of light, you know. The figures are created by the light of the full moon that clear... Which I'm pretty sure is not true because... Blah. Till yesterday is melted right now as we will live thanks. Okay. Escape prisoner, that's not what I'm looking for. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, however, we'll see a cold front move in overnight. So wouldn't that just be clouds? Snow? Both? Maybe? Maybe? I'm back. Welcome back. I'm trying to figure out... I'm like, a cold front just means cloud... Doesn't it mean clouds? Just... Alright, I gotta take a quick break. You guys can stare at Mr. Anonymous, and I'll be back in a couple minutes, okay? What is happening? Ugh. Holy tamales, I went away for a few minutes. Jeez Louise. Alright, Contus. Why do you always think I'm dead? Toggle her sleepy image before she goes. Dreaded stroke. Stands up at top of the right corner. It's the Toki Toki literature. The lives in the trial, remember. For mistakes you can make. Good. Game over. Now. Games that turn in the country. The game's set abroad. Wow, it's really. What is happening? Yeah, it's Kurain. That's how you spell it. Are you guys just. You guys just picking everything? It's Kurain. And it's kind of like. I would say it feels more. Like it's got a mix going on. Anyway, I am back. Let's just continue. I think this is it, and a cold front would just mean the clouds came in, so he couldn't see with the moon.
Objection!
No.
I thought so, but whatever.
That's all you need to know. Alright, fine.
Hold it!
From the okay. You have claimed to have seen a shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Inimus?
Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain. Clear as day. It was like a scene, watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat of Mount Pawnee Pawnee.
I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night?
I remember there weren't any clouds, and that the moon was definitely out. But I don't remember if I could cast any shadows.
Okay, thanks. We can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible that it was bright enough to cast shadows to appear. Cause shadows to appear. Har 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 har.
Remember it just like it happened.
Okay, she was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping the dagger. How the frick would that work?
Hold it!
Hang on, how do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw were shadows?
It was that little bun on top of her head. She didn't see her face. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob gives a dead giveaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. Har 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 har. Now that's one funny haircut.
Coming from the guy who literally can't see because his hair is in his eyes.
It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. I like my hair this way. Besides, you want to talk, you Sasquatch.
Look at you, Eldridge. You and Maya are on the same wavelength.
You're not into this wild, manly look I'm sporting? Shows what you know, little girl. Har 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 har. Nick, isn't there some kind of crime you can charge him with?
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Even have a weird haircut. She doesn't. Yeah, it's not even that bad. Now he claims he only saw shadows. Oh, wow. Hey, Phoenix already gets all the insults about his hair on a daily basis.
His testimony has sketchy written all over it. There must be an inconsistency in there somewhere.
Yep. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pawnee Pawnee? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the rite.
That doesn't explain to me anything.
I saw shadows projecting against the thing. The figures recreated the light of a full moon that clear still night. It's just a shadow, but I could tell. Okay, let me freaking look at this. Let me read this book again. Is there anything with that hair? Binoculars. Okay, is a three-part ceremony when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pani Pani. It begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while a priest stuns. Okay. Next is the rite, the ceremony. Okay. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later at noon. Huh? What am I supposed to get from that? I don't get it. At all. I feel like this is over my head. Guide to Kurani's rites written for tourists. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused, reverse gripping that dagger. Okay, blah blah. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pani Pani? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the rite. Huh? Am I like... I don't quite... It is directly over the summit of Pani Pani. Which, if that is the case... The badge's not gonna do anything. If the moon's here... I don't know if it would exactly make shadows, would it? If it's like right here? Never know, it's not gonna be that. I just am kinda... I'm gonna have to just try and see what I can get. I just don't get it. 3-part ceremony. Which the priest enters the spring. Two then devote themselves to prayer. We're investigating the case of a dead priest. Maybe just this?
Objection!
Nope. Thought maybe. Yeah, it's the head priest of the religion here in this country. So, you know, we're kind of in a bit of a pickle. Just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. Oh yeah, a rebel priest. Why is this playing the music when I go in there? I don't know what they're looking for. It's got a soundbox on it. Yeah, it's just funny. I know, but I just did not expect it to do the whole thing. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pani Pani? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the conditions of the rite.
Objection!
Okay, there we go. You say you saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible. What you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. I think I'm going to need a logicalese translation on that. Let's take a look at this rite guide, shall we, Mr. Animus? The rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pawnee Pawnee.
I haven't watched any of them,
So I wouldn't be able to rank them. I just know it's a weird series. Magician, don't. Okay. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Animus was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pawnee Pawnee.
Oh, holy mother!
That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No. No way! Are they funny? I feel they would be pain. No. Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lantern that cast the shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during the investigation, but flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinctive figures Mr. Animus claims to have seen.
For 0 viewer stream. Oh, I've had quite a few of those, Dylan, when I first started out.
It wouldn't be my first. But I did see those silhouettes. Really? But how could he, Nick? Maybe he was complacent where they were visible. Welcome back, Natural. I figured it out. On my own. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Animus really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light.
And that would be...
No, just the randomest thing. The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Animus really did see those shadows is... he was somewhere else? Well, thanks. I'll teach you. For it, so that's 100% more. It is. When you saw it, was your... did you still talk? Did you talk? Yeah, that's what you do. You get practice. You just practice. That's what you do when you start out from nothing. You just... first of all, it got me better confidence in talking. 2, that's what you gotta do. Because otherwise people aren't gonna be interested if you're just silent. Naturally, you saying that is the weirdest thing. Still cringe. Why do you guys... I don't even know if I have access to that movie, so let's not even. Yeah, I watch about half of your old videos now. Oh, golly. All my old streams. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, no. Would you believe me if that's how I am in real life? Copyright strike. I wouldn't be putting it on the screen if it was a watch party. But, yeah. Yeah? You also have to remember, I used a webcam. That was webcam. You guys are so freaking... Why are you determined for this? I don't want to watch it. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Tim. Oh, then where do you suppose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures naturally. They're talking about Twilight, Natural. They're talking about Twilight. Wait, you mean? None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. Where might that be? Why do you want to watch this? It's gotta be in the inner sanctum. What? It's gotta be the inner sanctum. There's 3. better to suffer with company. I don't want to watch them. Mr. Inimus was at the inner sanctum just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures.
Hoo-yah!
Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that.
But it's gonna take forever. No. You guys can watch it in your own little Discord all together. You guys have it. You guys can do it. But you want to watch a movie? I don't want to watch that movie. I like my soul to stay where it is. Inside of my own body. Thank you very much. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? We could, but I'd have to even see... I'd have to see if I even have access to it. I get the feeling that a subject prosecutor saw... I've got a feeling that that's a subject prosecutor Sadmati would rather not touch right now. Oh, you mean... That's right, this witness was at the scene of the crime. Which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. Okay, guys, let's not... Guys. Stop. The thing is, guys, I wouldn't be having much commentary to say on the thing. That's the problem with watch-alongs. I wouldn't be able to say much. I have a hard time with that. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest.
Objection.
No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. The only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion.
Okay, guys, stop. With the flags. I'm not. I'm an alien. There's a difference.
So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space?
Oh, he must have, I haven't thought that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on 3 sides and a steep, towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the face of those cliffs.
His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Animus was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right?
What are you doing? Oh my gosh. Right, I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Hold it!
You don't say, I can tell. Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane. I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness. What the frick do you mean? I just don't know what in the world you guys are doing. Peace, peace, I say. This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Inimus.
I believe in you, Nick.
Rah, rah, sis booma. Fight, fight, Phoenix Wright. Just look at the accused. Has she no shame?
What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know. She's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind.
Wow. The profession. Yes, yes they are. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. Probably. Probably, Bupper. Probably. Revise their defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now.
Now, Mr. Animus, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night.
Guys, can we have the chat be consistent with what's going on in the game, please? Come back, guys. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Bro, you lawyers sure are scary. That's all. Really? That was necessary? Guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but...
Now will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness?
Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how he got up there.
Only slightly. It's fine, guys. You just came back. Oh my gosh. Lou. No. That is not true.
Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? I still get to cross-examine him right now. By law.
A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment.
Lou did nothing wrong. I played Bug Snacks yesterday and Lou didn't show up since they were so excited about it, so I don't know. For someone who allegedly loves bugs, they couldn't take time out of their day to go see bugs. What's the answer to that?
It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in heck.
What do you mean too real? I didn't say... I don't! You guys just like to do this on purpose. Quranism is the strictest religion ever.
You don't want to know? Okay.
Just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years.
Plus the 5 they started with, that's 700 million years of torment.
Sure, but what's another 200 million, give or take?
Well, it's a big deal to me. Can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum. If I can't prove it, the problem is, how am I going to do that? You twiddle your thumbs and you figure it out, Phoenix.
What the frick?
Why are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this?
The demon was me.
Okay, do you guys want to see something that's gonna make you smile?
Today.
You guys want to see something new? Make you smile? Desperately? Okay, so, you know how we've had Chapter 5, right? Of Deltarune. Someone made this beautiful art. So Summer on Twitter made this art. Look at this beautiful art. Thank you, Summer. This is their beautiful art. Regular couple or straight couple, yaoi couple, yuri couple. I see no difference. Love is yellow and blue. I loved that. It was like, yellow and blue is forever the couple colors. It's always the couple colors in a Toby Fox game. Canon Toby confirmed. Oh my gosh. Yawn. Oh yeah, I just realized this now. Yeah, isn't it funny? I found it funny. I found it hilarious. I was like, that's just, I guess that's just how it works in the Undertale Deltarune universe. Alright, I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell ya. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place.
Hold it!
Paul can give you the whole freaking itinerary of what a yun is. It's called a kaka. Tori is blue and Asgore is yellow. Yeah, it keeps going. The rabbit hole keeps descending. I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't have attracted attention? No, it's C-A-W-C-A-W. Or excuse me, K-A-W-K-A-W. No, there is. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us? I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention. Climbed up the cliff, he came from the plaza. He fell from the sky. Yeah. Alright, hang on, I gotta find them. There they are. There. This is Kaka. Recurring, yes I have. I have heard it. Maybe you snuck up to the inner sanctum via the stairs in the Plaza of Devotion? Har har har. With all those people at the plaza, I don't think so. But they were all completely absorbed in prayer. With a little stealth, you could have... Golly. With a little stealth, you could have slipped by without drawing any attention. You're welcome? You sound concerned. It's just a bird. You guys are crazy.
Afraid that would have been impossible. During the rite, the gate to the stairs was locked tight from the inner sanctum side.
What? Yeah, if I tried to force the lock open, someone there would have noticed, even if they were deep in prayer. No, you just said, I see. Thank you. Oh my... Please add that to your testimony, Mr. Animus. Okay. The plaza gate is locked from the side facing the inner sanctum. Do we have anything that shows otherwise?
Hold it!
Who can verify that the gate was actually locked? I mean, what if it wasn't?
The High Priest himself was seen locking it before the rite began. We have many believers from the plaza who can corroborate this.
Get struck out again, Mr. Lawyer Man. What if there was a spare key to the gate? But I'm in no position to prove that, so... What now? Claim the witness was at the inner sanctum. Yep, claim should remain, but a claim without any supporting evidence. Yes, I realize that, Your Majesty. Can't find any inconsistencies. Guess I can always try to elicit some more testimony.
Hold it!
Okay, let's try this. Alright, blah 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 blah. Maybe you fell from the... Is this a parachute? Is that what this is? Is that what this ended up being, a parachute? Maybe you fell from the sky? Har 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 har. The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now.
I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it.
This is out. So carry because he doesn't want. It's like laundry. It's a bunch of prayer flags sewed together. Mr. Amos could have parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say.
Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional.
Yeah, guys, look. Guys, do you agree this is a ridiculous thing? They put a prison on top of the mountain, but then also have Lady Kira's bath right there in their backyard.
The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the Twilight Realm.
That sounds safe. Yep. Yes. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I couldn't have made that jump. Huh. You don't say. Wait, what's that building on top of the Sacred Mountain?
That is the Royal Penitentiary number 4.
Number 4. They have 3 others. Alright, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. Well, hopefully they don't have many earthquakes. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway?
By a helicopter, only with authorized... but only with on...
Go.
By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum.
Could be even more prisons in the game. Yeah, that's the thing, is how many freaking hills, like how many mountains are here that there's prisons on top of?
And I also had defense that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found.
Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? Maybe an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Animus. It's not like I can fly through the air either. I'm gonna go with this.
Objection!
Yeah. Mr. Animus is right. You couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally coming around, have you? Because he hasn't floated so far? Now that would be murder, Lou. Now you see that it couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. It's first sight. I don't think that would fly here. Take a look at this piece of evidence, or anywhere. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute.
Pocono.
The people of Cryene are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about those flags during their investigation.
No, this cannot be.
The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Animus? There's no way out. Surrounded. Mr. Animus? Oh, this talk jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Yeah. Well, magic scarf yet. I think you're lagging on your end. I say we throw him off the cliff, even dragons hopes are made to jump. No. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night.
You did it, Nick. Weren't wrong after all.
Thanks? Mr. Animus, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this, oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. Technically, yes? By accident. Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute. It's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material? May not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. Rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. Same difference? But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? No. Please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. Welcome back, Natural. You just came back to the guy admitting he was a paraglider. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is critical testimony indeed. It certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Why was I at the inner sanctum? That even I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. He also looks like a squirrel, I guess. But just as Mount Pawnee was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. As you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Which, if he's a prisoner, how did he get these clothes? Mr. Animus, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Yeah, it's impressive. Continue such slipshod testimony, you will be cast into the hex of hang nails. You lose your memory, how do you remember how you lost them? Certain things can trigger. Like the paraglider, for example, triggered his memory. Where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. Ow! Hoorah! Think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Sadmati off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shreds. Alright, why I was at the inner sanctum. Alright. That evening I was on a trek through the night sky. What's the emergency?
Hold it!
What was the accident? What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind. I think so. You did it in England with Professor Layton, so maybe? Maybe? Possibly. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control? You got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. Gale force winds came out of nowhere, so I made an emergency landing. You should have it. Play the window crossover? I have not. I just know of its existence. For what, 20 years? Probably? He started when he was like 23. And I can't even freaking look at the stupid court record. I don't know what he is right now. Isn't he in his 30s?
Objection!
Okay. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Animus. If I can find out how to do so, maybe. From one lie sprouts another. Almost 2 decades, yeah. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What'd you just say? Well, like I said, I have to find it. If I can find it, then yes, I would like to play it, because I've never played it. I just know it deals with, like, witches' trials and things like that. You claim gale force winds cause you to lose control. Yeah, I didn't say you couldn't dream. But this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. Well, we'll see. It says, the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Pokana! I do believe it does say that. From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never even heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. For real. No, I have not either. Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Inimus claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. Yeah, how would he do that unless he was already higher than the inner sanctum? But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Inimus, how did you get there? And from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Inimus must have launched himself from here! Da-da-da-da!
Take that!
Hooah! Are you insane? I confirmed the identity of the man before making him a witness. He had amnesia and he doesn't look like the picture, so that's my guess. Because if you look at his image right now and compare it with this picture, they can't see his eyes, and the hair would be shorter, and he didn't have a beard. So, that's where he came from? Why is Nick pressing him? Because he might be the killer, that's the thing. And he's going back to jail, yeah. If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Inimus, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? And was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter Lady Kira? Hooah! Well, if there's 2 days, he can't be the killer. That's the thing. So if there's 2 days worth of this, he can't be the killer. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. He's not on your side, Brother Trucker, especially if you're a prisoner. It's really good. He did it. We finally left him speechless. Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor Man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. Or a fate far worse than hangnail heck awaits you now. Yes, Nayuta is a guy. Yes, Lou. Nayuta is a guy. Want the world to see me because I don't think they would understand. Wow. Oh, boy. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did, in fact, descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. Oh, see? Lou agrees with me that he is attractive. See, I'm not the only one that thinks he's attractive. See? That's awfully generous of him. But if you're as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's real true... Let's try that again. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Really is. See? He is a Griffith type. He's got a pretty face, yes, but he hasn't committed murder. Oh, his true identity? Not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. You... my gosh. It would seem I'm the only one who's still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? The witness' true identity is... Boop. Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Oh, so you did know, you just didn't tell anybody. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. Cheers, sad monkey is conventionally attractive, but he also sucks, and the way he acts makes him ugly. Yes, that's the thing. I say that he is conventionally attractive, but his personality sucks. I won't deny that. I'm just saying, he is conventionally attractive. That's all. And he also has the long hair, which does not help my case. Oh, boy.
What's wrong, Nick?
You little wanted Grandma to take the stand just to win his case, yeah.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back?
Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, it is very nice. Yeah, see? Fortunately, I have no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison, the precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Yeah, she makes funny faces. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is... that's our Bill. Prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? Hoo-ha! Shock, I know. Well, since you say it's 2 days, it can't be him, because if we're dealing with frickin' 2 days worth of... we're going to another investigation, or at least 2 days worth, that means there's more information we don't have, so then he couldn't have killed them, and also if he has amnesia at this point, how did the man kill him if he hit his head when he landed? Witness is an escaped prisoner?
Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time.
You're assuming they can keep it in a courtroom? Yeah, well, yeah, I guess. Yes. But it's also not impossible since, Luke Atme was all the murderer in thing, so they could have do a twist on me. Didn't think anyone could see through my clever disguise.
But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, defense?
What? No, oh my gosh. It was the frickin' guy, his name is Luke. He was the crazy Pinocchio looking guy. Boy, do I hate this guy.
Please recall the defense's own words.
Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. What do you suppose sent that letter? Person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself.
He claimed that the real rebel killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
It's mysterious ways.
Yeah, and what's your point? What of the witness's true identity?
Only a paratrooper or more oh my gosh. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper could have pulled that off. It's... the witness is that's Arbol, prison escapee, and the key member of Dirk's rebel group.
Oh no. He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not have possibly been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels.
Yes, my brain just went, ugh.
No!
Great.
Now perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this.
Hooah! You got me. I am the razor-sharp fangs of the defiant dragons. Is that why you make these silly poses? That's horrible.
When did you get your memory back?
Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. So yes, he really did have no memory. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true, I parachuted down to the inner sanctum. Captain Ginyu, yeah. It's kind of like Captain Ginyu, I would say. But I banged my head on impact. Ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. Sure, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see. UT? UT? Your name is UT? Nickname? Wait, they know each other?
Magistrate, this filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell.
Is he a rebel in disguise? Oh my gosh. I know it's a nickname. My point is that he's connected to Apollo, and he's also connected to a guy that's part of the Defiant Dragons who are rebels, so he must be freaking part of the rebels in disguise. Oh yes, of course. Old friends. Bailiff sees him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? I haven't. No dogs of the Garan regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop! Well.
Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert.
It could be former military, given Rebel was a paratrooper. Yeah, that is true. And the way that he has good aim when he got the beads around Apollo's head is definitely a possibility. Oh boy. The escaped prisoner. Escaped again.
The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. Escaped prisoner who escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
Really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway? Wasting my time? Well, I can't help but feel the entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Thanks, Judge, for stating the obvious. Yeah, don't say. I spent almost 3 hours on this.
Your Majesty. Perhaps it was not as great of waste as you might believe.
Yeah, do you love that it really did nothing for us? Makes you say that, Prosecutor Sodmodi. Oh, boy.
That's Arbo dropped something as he made his escape from these halls.
His rebels and the amount of veterans I'm assuming it was founded by the mutineers. Nayuta may have been a loyalist that refused to defect. Possibility. We'll find out. Technically, I know a slight secret, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't know how it connects to everything. It'll blow my mind later when it all connects together. That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. Oh, is it the...
This appears to be direct orders from Dirk.
From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. No. Technically, we have whatever this note is. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. We have? Scrap of paper that's Arbo dropped as part of this.
Take that!
This is... Well, the rebel leader's name is Dirk. All I know is I know... But that whole case for that... we'll get there. And this is... I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Arbo dropped. No, it is not the judge, unless he really is disguising. I don't know, do we even have Dirk in here? No, we don't. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. But why is there an exact copy of the order, though? It's weird. Oh my, just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I can't read this. I can't read Koreanese. Prosecutor Sadmadi, if you please.
The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then.
He got here 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. He can't learn a language in 2 weeks. That's asking a lot. Okay, it's not that freaking long.
I do not understand.
Well, what does it say?
Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. On the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape.
What? That is how he was to escape? What? This is how he was to escape from prison. So if I were to assume that Mr. Arbol was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Alba and me tried to thwart his escape plan?
A foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous.
He was reading in his thoughts. Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did he just read my mind?
I know how your putrid mind works. Fortunately for you, however, now that the rebel's escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Arbel is not the High Priest killer.
Huh? How can you be so sure? I'm scared. How far into a pit are we gonna fall now? Think about it. I'm confused.
If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while.
Hey, I do, but I'm confused. Explain.
Arbel's plan could have not worked without the help of a certain individual.
Oh. They're saying that she gave him the costume? Is that what they're gonna say? So she's a rebel? Is that what we're going with? Great. You're gonna say that, so they're going to accuse her of being a rebel. Brilliant. What do you mean? Maya?
I'm speaking of Albert and me, of course. Had Arbel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizen praying in the plaza would have no cause to suspect anything. It is, therefore, unthinkable that Arbel was the High Priest's killer.
Also that. Because if he kills the priest, and he's supposed to be Lady Kira, but also he's too tall. So then you're saying the High Priest was I cannot bear to say it. Oh, okay. Wait. So he is agreeing. So he had a big old fit earlier about us insulting Kurani's religion, but he admits that the priest was a rebel that was going to help that's a rebel escape by having him don the Lady Kira clothes. So that's why Maya went to sleep. But then how did he die? How could this be? You don't say. The High Priest, a rebel? There must be some kind of mistake. But why are the rebels the bad guys? Do we know what they want? No, they're not technically bad guys. They're just against the hierarchy that exists. So they get put in prison. We don't really know what they want. Step of the way until he couldn't argue anymore? Yeah. The point is we'll get more understanding of the rebels at some point, I'm pretty sure.
To go and move on. Accept the truth, it is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense.
What about you?
Cease your futile battle now.
And why should I?
Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused.
In this kingdom, no, and they don't have a king. Lou, they don't have a king. They actually have a queen. She's not in here, but There is a queen, actually. There's no king. There's a queen. She does have a husband, but she's the high ruler.
Now that we have eliminated Dad's Arbo from our list of suspects, there's only one person that still remains, the accused, Maya Fey.
So it's a queendom. Yes. It is a queendom. Correct.
Hold it!
And all of the big important people are women. Like, Lady Kira was the sibling of the Holy Mother. All feminine leaders. Seems they want defense attorneys back. Yeah, they seem to. Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, defense. We can't end this trial without looking into... Would it be the arrow? The arrow? What about the arrow that was fired from the High Priest's house? Into the High Priest's house?
It was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim.
That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. You know, I guess you're right. Okay. Well, you just can't be a defense attorney here, Lou, or you'd be in big trouble. The murder weapon... Okay. I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Dad's Arbo, then who is it?
Objection.
That matter has already been resolved.
It has? What is he talking about?
It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
So you're gonna say that the priest was being stupid? Why would he spin himself in a circle? That doesn't make any sense.
Objection!
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her.
Talk to them.
Of course Larry isn't here. He might not be let into the country. Oh, so poor frickin' Apollo gets it on his forehead. Phoenix gets it on his arm. What the? I can't do my finger point. Oh no! He has weakened Phoenix Wright. He can't do the finger point. Oh no! You might be saying it's Maya, but it's okay. Thanks, buddy. If he was in this country, pretty sure he'd get arrested for a lifetime. Probably. Ah! Ain't that illegal?
It's time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm.
This hardly seems fair.
It's quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time.
What's new?
If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there's nothing but the barb statue.
Yeah.
Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the war barb statue draped in her
Sacred robes? Huh? You're saying... Huh? Wait, you're saying that she pushed him into the statue now? Great. No way!
The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in a reverse grip.
Once again, why? But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira?
To show it to the victim he was being slain.
And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill?
It was not the victim she was trying to fool.
You know, this is so, like, 5 steps ahead that Maya wouldn't even think of this. Maya is smart, But she's not that smart. You think she's thinking 5 steps ahead? I believe that too. I don't think Maya could overpower that monk, let alone think this many steps ahead.
It was this very court itself.
Come again?
Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise.
10 steps backward? Yeah. Or are you saying...
I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused.
And what proof do you have of this complete, baffling accusation? Nothing. My spirit channeling light Yagami. Yeah, that would be the only way she would think that far ahead. Someone gone, she would get a hammer. Yeah.
A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us.
So wouldn't that mean every seance vision would be misled? This can't be happening.
What a face you are making, Defense. I'm surprised you are taking this so hard.
What in the world?
After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy?
I think you're going for a fantasy, to be very honest with you. Like, we all agree that he's, like, reaching, and I mean reaching further than Winston Payne for his pain medicine. Reaching. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? Like, if Maya revealed her power, she could easily replace the entire democracy of this queendom. It's not even a democracy, you mean the freaking, aristocracy? Is that the word I want? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me?
Do you understand now?
Maya on that Mob Psycho 100. Scale belief. I guess. Sorry, glasses needed to be cleaned.
I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time.
No, you have not. It can't be! This is an outrage. You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder?
No, I did nothing of the sort.
Big queen status. Yep, Maya. That's why we need her to use her powers.
Nick, it's not true. I didn't...
Objection.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall.
Phoenix, we're gonna lose our tongues and our heads. Indeed, this trial is over.
Hold it.
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And, here's why. Now what do? I've got nothing. Would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. Thought for sure that Rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sadmadi's argument. I'm just saying, we agree the only way to prove it wasn't her is to get the dead guy to speak. And who can you channel the powers that ain't the queen? It's Maya. Or Pearl, but Pearl's not here. Damn it, I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait! Please wait, I'm begging you.
It is time to let it go and move on.
Maya, please! No! No, please, please. Please, Maya needs to live. She can't lose her head. She didn't need to come to this country. No, she kind of had to. She had to do it for her final training. This trial need not to be drawn out any longer. Defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. She's with Apollo, back over in the U.S. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then. This court finds the accused Maya Fey. In the defense, Phoenix Wright. Yeah! Ah! Great. Right at the 3-hour mark. Brilliant. Yeah, oh no. And by the way, Lou, in this country, Phoenix loses his head. And his tongue. Yeah. Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... Hello? What is the meaning of this? A body has been found. In the pause of devotion, Your Majesty. What?
What's this?
A body? What happened now? Yeah, how is he gonna... That's what you're worried about? We found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's war-bound dagger.
Lady Kira, she's returned from the Twilight Realm once more. She's come to defeat the rebels.
So looks like the killer is hit again. The real killer. Yep. Peace. So that's why we have a day 2.
It would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found.
I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sodbody.
Is it the...
Oh, he's not in this frickin' thing.
Yes?
This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Great! 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 We're falling down a pit. And we can't escape. Yeah. I'm baffled too. Yeah, what? But how could she murder someone if she's been imprisoned all night? But why would Maya's prince be on it?
I cannot believe it, yet it must be true.
There's something the matter, Prosecutor Sodbody.
This trial has run its course, and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing.
I was?
Claimed that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira.
I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sodbody, are you suggesting what I think you are?
Oh, I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused, Miss Maya Fey.
That's hilarious. You think Maya is going around the country killing rebels? You're crazy. You are very crazy. What? Me? What? That's so far out of the realm. No, she would not.
I realize how shocking this must seem.
But unaliving? Yeah, she couldn't... She's not gonna kill someone.
Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that point to this fact. There was much pointing to that fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, when she started appearing...
And the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well.
Why, timing matches perfectly.
But there is more.
Such a reminder.
The warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
What? How does that prove anything?
Objection!
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house.
Yeah, and it was also thought to be unbelievable to get into the Inner Sanctum. But apparently we can paraglide into it. Anything's possible.
However, the accused was known to come and go freely there. Mainly to prepare for the purification rite.
Oh boy. Now here's the hole in that statement. She doesn't know crap. How could she possibly know about someone that quick, let alone acquire gear to match said entity? True. And she might have known about her for a while. Oh, more circumstantial evidence. Yes. What circumstantial evidence can make a strong case, but this type of evidence is a little far-fetched.
The accused can have easily left the house and unlocked for herself without anyone noticing.
No! Boy.
We assume that the accused was Lady Kira.
Which, by the way, this guy also lives in the house. By the way, there is another member of this household. He lived in the house with them, so he could also be Lady Kira. It can win cases. It just depends on a bunch of circumstantial evidence.
We assume that the accused was Lady Kira. That more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest.
Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping that terrible escape after all.
Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath.
Oh boy, this feels ridiculous.
And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel.
Maya, can you summon the priest now?
So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have two murders perpetrated by Miss Faye, masquerading as Lady Kira.
Oh, we haven't even checked the scene yet. I don't know. Miss Faye is indeed a serial killer. It would affect the severity of her punishment. Oh! Sorry. So why did she let... Well, I don't think she saw him. Because assumingly he was unconscious under the parachute. That he was unconscious under the parachute. No. Just annoyed. Is a killer with those looks. Ha! Great. Yeah, great. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Faye, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins.
Now, can we all agree that this feels so far-fetched? How the frick did she commit crimes if she couldn't get down from the frickin' thing until after 2 o'clock in the morning? New murder charge on top of a guilty verdict. To the defense, live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread.
Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you.
I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. What is she going to get punished with? Well, she might have not been... maybe she gets her arms and legs cut off before they kill her? I don't know. Don't ask me, he's crazy. What monk does that? I don't know. To be continued. Right now. What is this place? It's Kurain. Welcome to the country of Kurain. May 11th, 1:03 p.m. Temple. What do I do now? Can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. This is where Batman trained, what the heck? Yeah. It's... I just, like... It just feels so... weird. Like, it feels so... ridiculous. You know? Oh boy. Do not compare these lumps to babe hunks. Yeah.
Mr. Wright,
Alibi.
I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now?
I'm worried about that too. But right now... Do you guys agree that this is wild? Yeah, his name is I'll Be Your Guide. Is his full name, Lou. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zilot. Oh, no. Oh, great. Well, there goes my thought for the murderer. Yeah, I'll be your guide. Alibi. I thought he was the murderer. He's dead. Great. There goes my plan. I thought for sure it was him. Praise a lot. That's who I thought it was. So he's dead too? Great. This is a supermarket chain. Well, they gotta be careful for believing me over here. Well, you're not wrong. Yeah, but why was he dead? The lot was better. Huh. At least the jury's still out on that one, so to speak. Two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Yeah, his name is Praise a lot.
Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can.
So I am correct that he committed murder. But he's also dead. So does that mean the Kira, the rebel hunter, killed him when he killed the priest? Is this the freaking meme of the astronaut in space with the weapon behind his head with the other one and then the other one? Like, what the frick? Too many things going on here.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own.
You have a point there. Wish I knew what to do. Did he impersonate the rebel killer to get an alibi and then get taken out by the real one? Maybe? Possibility. Isn't that? Your benevolence. Well, you're not parading around so happy now. Princess Rafa?
Oh, it's you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abiding a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act.
Irk, I see she still hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? Thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act.
I'm in no mood to take joy in your suffering.
Oh boy.
For I was unable to defeat you, and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess.
I guess that answers my question. Yeah, she's still butthurt. Oh boy. Oh no, he's not the unaliver, but he was the one to start all of this. Oh, so he didn't commit murder. But he caused the chain reaction. Okay. So he is guilty of something. It just isn't murder. All I did was defend my client. Ugh. Can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, so he's guilty of something, just not murder. Oh boy. So this means this case is gonna get wild. Your benevolence.
Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm.
I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial.
What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet?
No. His head's already on a platter waiting. Might as well go all the way. Might as well, right, guys? We already got the guilty verdict. What do we have left to lose? I don't think she'd murder anyone. She's just a 14-year-old who's been put on her high horse and finally got kicked off of it. On who the actual unaliver is? Okay, well, we'll get there. Well said, if you have nothing to lose, might as well be useful. Because, hey, he wants to... If he's already going to lose his head, he's going to try to save Maya. That can be, but, like I said, she feels guilty. My place her mind isn't, though. Correct.
You've not given up yet?
That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow.
But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obscenity. Investigate all you want, I care not.
Really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence?
What's this?
If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Abstinence, not obscene. Obstinacy, there.
Yes, I see your point. Barbed Head?
Yes?
I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching.
Huh?
That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul.
Oh, great. Yes, they're both... She's very hard-headed.
Yes, of course, that is the only explanation.
I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me.
I must not allow you to sully your sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today, I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time.
Yes, they must be.
Oh, would you believe me to say,
Hey, Natural, please tell me before I say it. About Maya's connection to the royal family, is that spoilers? I know, someone would look at her and go, what do you mean? She's 14. She's gonna learn.
The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to the prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil.
What do you mean, the connection between the royal family and Maya?
But your benevolence...
It's okay, Alibi. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. First, I should probably lighten my load a bit.
Of course not, I'm always glad to help.
Why did I know that already? Pretty much, the reason why she has very strong channeling powers is that her family is connected to they're like distant cousins or whatever to the royal family. That's why Maya's family has such a strong power of channeling spirits like the queen. Because they have the royal bloodline. So, technically, she's the godric of the land, pretty much. Her family literally is descendants of the same thing. Yeah, right, that's not new information, is it? Surely diluted. Probably, but they still have... Apparently, Pearl and Maya have very strong spiritual power. Like, it's rare. It's the most gifted. Yeah. Necessary evidence unloaded onto Alibi.
May the Holy Mother blessings be upon you.
Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Oh, by the way, I will say this, because when I was looking up stuff for the last YouTube short, I realized, oh, you know Phoenix's only girlfriend they ever had? The twins were Pearl's older half-sisters. And I went, what do you mean? I didn't even make the connection. I think my brain just went like, what? So, that was fun to have my mind just completely blown. Yeah, Pearl has 2 half-sisters. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. It blew my mind. It was like, Sweet Pearl is related to Dahlia Hawthorne? That's ridiculous. Yeah, it blew my mind. Oh, he's dead there? May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Right there, Pearl's half-sisters. Yep, I didn't even realize it until I made that YouTube short. It blew my mind. Yeah, I completely forgot. Yeah, they're as wicked as their mother. Looks like the police have already finished their investigation. Yeah, there he was, the guy with no shoes. To think someone would be killed here. Place devoted to prayer. Body outlined and flowers? Someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. As the high priest's disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. As a type, I guess. Never bothered making the connections as I didn't want to remember the snake oil woman. Isles, they have similar vibes, yeah. I can feel the power. Well, I'm glad you can feel the power. Yeah, I didn't make the connection until, like I said, I had to get pictures of Dahlia and Iris. And it said half-sister and Morgan Fay being their mother, and then it connected, and it was like, oh my gosh. How did I not get that? Well, good job, Pupper. I'm impressed. Really am impressed. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with this. You can prove this. How? Yeah, you can't believe... Yeah, isn't that wild? Yeah, they're literal close cousins. Where did the bloodline go wrong? When Morgan Fay didn't get strong spiritual powers, unlike her younger sister. Because, by the way, Morgan Fay is the older sister, instead of Misty. And once she got jealous, and then her husband left her, and took one of the one of the twins, and then the other she put up on a mountaintop, she married another guy to get a guy who got a strong bloodline that gave her a daughter who had strong spiritual powers. So yeah, just because her bloodline didn't give her strong spiritual powers. I didn't mean triplets, it was twins. But I mean, yeah, there's no triplets, I misspoke. Because there's 3 children, not triplets, twins. What do you think I'm doing here, gathering dirt and dust for the trial? Doing your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ick are so reviled. Having a child out of spite is healthy. Yep. Hey, Mr. Wright. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma. Yeah? Is that detective from your country again? It's the princess. You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. If I had just done mine. Mr. Wright. But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in the court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. She's not taken by the monk. She's never consented to that. Gladly, I'll help you any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. The incident. Yeah, she hasn't consented to any of it yet, so she is still single. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure, the victim is... prays a lot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the high priest's murder trial? That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, it barely lasted a few minutes. Oh, boy! That's a picture. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Oh, peach. Why is there a peach? Why does he have a peach on his neck? He's a priest. The dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. See? Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. The victim remained bent over in prayer, and they went over to check on him. They discovered he was dead. They discovered he was dead, right? Yeah? But it's weird for a priest to have a tattoo, though. He seems comfy. I guess. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. Okay, you're going to tell me that if we're alleging Maya did all this, she killed the priest, came down the stairs while nobody was paying attention, unlocked the door, killed the guy, and then walked right up the stairs? In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. So then how would Maya commit that crime? The murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? Apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust in his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Do we agree this is a little far-fetched? Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, barbed head, out with it. Oh, so the princess of the spirit medium kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Uh-huh. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly little things common folk believe in. Well, I think they got him just right in the right spot. Could have done when everyone blinked at the same time in prayer. There's nothing silly about it. How do you know every prosecutor, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard? He does? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it's nothing much compared to the divine seance. Oh, it's a lot better than divine seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? Guess I have to now. Okay. There's many ways to estimate the time of death. The most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long one's been dead by measuring her temperature. I will try not to. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? I feel just a little over 95 degrees. How the frick did you figure that out? Seems you are not dead yet. The Severing killed him? Possibility. Of course not. It was just a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. Choked at his own spit. Anything could have happened. I fail to see any humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something.
Think so, wouldn't you?
But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible?
Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally.
And they didn't hear someone stomping around and stabbing a man? Really? Really? The man was surrounded by people. Alright, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something.
Thought so too, but the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back.
What? Really? This covered this? This covered this? Uh-huh. The bright colored frickin' feathers, let alone the dark frickin' bird head. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Definitely.
Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything.
Can't believe this. Could happen. Well, if there's people right next to you, you can't tell me you can't see that. Never say never, huh?
What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there are no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger.
Sadly, yes. Ugh. The murder weapon. Could you tell me about the murder weapon?
The killer used the war-bound dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back.
Welcome back.
The accused fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not?
Yes, they were. Wait. Now that I think about it, now this may be very random, and it hit me just now, and I don't know why it hit me just now. Doesn't Lady Kira wear gloves? Or am I being senile? Doesn't she wear gloves? Wish I could see that picture. But doesn't she wear gloves? That's why you couldn't tell what she looked like? Like any features? Was because of the mask? Because that seems weird. I think so too, not sure though. I'm gonna look at my own freaking thumbnail that I have of Lady Kira. Well, yeah, because the mask is in your face. I actually have her in my thumbnail, so I can actually check. I think so? Possibly? No, I just was like, oh, I remembered that I had it in the thumbnail. Like, here. Doo-doo-doo. It just hit me that it was like, oh yeah, I did have her in the thumbnail. Like, I don't know. Do you think those are gloves? Maybe? I can't really tell. At least not for me. But I think that would have been something that would have been said, but yeah. Looks like really pale hands. Yeah, so I guess...
Such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt.
But no one has hands that pale. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, maybe gloves? And if she was gonna commit these murders, why would she do it barehanded and have her DNA on there? You know, that'd be kind of stupid. Not so fast, what about a motive? I had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
What do the police think about this matter?
Motive. Maya has no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
So you say. But let us now hear what the police think about the matter.
The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest, who turned out to be a rebel.
He too was likely a rebel, therefore met the same ultimate demise as his teacher.
Yes, that's how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya's lady is that Lady Kira vigilante. Agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. Ugh. Really blew it in court today. Is that it? Can I examine the body now? Or this? Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult considering the position he was in. So these flowers were left here in memory of his Acolyte Zealot? What are they called?
They are known as Namada, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost.
Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Expresses heartfelt sympathy. Okay, what about these? Albie said these are called prayer flags, and that the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Ha! That's not gonna happen. Oh, so funny, Phoenix. You're so silly. Prayer flags looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here?
Dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of the others is considered rude, but if you must know, it says at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too.
So this current murder happened during the interrogation of the bearded dude, right? It happened somehow between the start of the rite, which the start of the ritual, and during the time that the High Priest was getting murdered.
This was more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen.
I wonder if it's even a prayer. Yeah, that's weird. Oh yeah, because it looked... I'm in the way. See guys, that purple one's a little weird than the rest of them. Okay, what about the gate?
To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb.
What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate?
Probably at least 2.
Be thankful for the great honor you've been afforded.
Yes, your benevolence. Yeah, we're not monks. Tree on the top of a mountain? No, this is just a particular top of the mountain. There is some little mountain things. Don't ask me. You're dead already. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose with his head bent over like that. The last thing he saw must have been this rug.
It's a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul.
Since apparently they have a prison on top of one. Yeah. Well, I'm glad, Popper. Well, they don't live on all mountains, there's just mountains around it. Strange that there are no bloodstains, though. I don't think he's a wimp. You also have to remember she's the princess, and if we insult the princess too much, we might also lose our head right away. What's the hay? Oh my...
Perhaps he was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment.
It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Okay, that message on the prayer flag seemed a little weird, but I think that I've seen everything there is to see around here.
You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up?
Oh my gosh. No, I'm not calling it quits yet.
Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright?
Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating.
What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if we are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadmati for dereliction of duty.
I'm going.
Well, you see you later, Mr. Wright. Good luck.
Golly, I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. Alright, away. The bazaar, I guess. Is there anything in the bazaar? Nope. Just a weird bird. I already searched here, but it's never hurts to take another look around. Okay, I don't see anything new. It's fine, she gets accused of a crime like every year. Can't believe Mr. Abo used this as a parachute.
That reckless fool. Then again, he must have a screw loose if he counts himself among those vile rebels.
I wouldn't exactly call him crazy, but he's certainly one of a kind. Got a wild police record? Yes, she probably does. Alright, I think that's everything here? Yeah, I don't think there's much else. Alright, I guess we'll go to the High Priest's house. Now she has to pray for another person. This poor woman can't catch a break. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but...
Oh, it's you. Barbed head. You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Belib, are you? She lost her beloved husband and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her.
Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. You don't say.
Very well.
And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Immi. That probably means she isn't a rebel.
Is this about poor Pereg? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now.
But what about Maya? She's innocent.
Maya, I heard she was found guilty.
Oh my god. No, it's not. I don't think that's good.
First my dear husband and now Pereg.
Miss Immi, you don't really believe that Maya's the killer, do you?
I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do?
The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found.
How can you be so sure?
Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That this is all I have right now, my faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened.
So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abiding the accused?
That's right.
All right, then. Faith has moved me. I'll tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belib?
There's nothing in the rug, though. My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Quiranism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Oh boy. Photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Look at that, cute photo. And he's smiling, aww. They're all smiling. Since Maya's in it, must have been taken the day before the rite. Should ask Miss Immi about it. Guys? Someone's a Steel Samurai fan. Do you see the Steel Samurai fan? 'Cause I do.
Think this would be their final family photo. That no good Mayafe has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the two men whom she would soon kill.
Beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them.
That smile of hers does not fool me.
Well, Maya likes Steel Samurai, but this is a one-of-kind. Strap plays the Plum Punisher theme when the Magatama button is pressed. She got this in exchange for her Steel Samurai watch. And who's got a Steel Samurai watch? Miss Inmi does. So she's a Steel Samurai fan. Because they traded. I did not expect her to be a Steel Samurai fan, I'm gonna be very honest with you. That blew me away. Wow.
I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it.
I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Yeah. Because it's a one-of-a-kind charm. And she's traded with someone. She never said who it was. Because behind me is Maya's bag. Which is the Steel Samurai bag. But yeah, so she's a fan of the Steel Samurai. Which is interesting. Because it's gonna come into play at some point, I think.
Barbed-head, it appears you're quite fond of rummaging through the garbage.
Just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here.
Oh, is that right?
Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. What a magnificent altar.
Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother, after all.
The Holy Mother. Is she that faceless figure there? Go find... She's right here. She's the wife. She's the lady right here that's in mourning.
Such insolence. How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight?
'Cause he's not part of Kuranism?
Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant?
Sorry, it won't happen again.
This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Kuranism.
You don't see her? This is Mrs. Inmi. See? She's also pregnant, by the way. She is pregnant.
There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. And that fact includes the members of the royal family.
Wow, now there's an unusual custom. Yeah, she lost someone who she considered a son, she lost her husband, and she's also pregnant. So she's having a great time. It's got to be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like. Yeah, it's sad. I think we got everything else. She literally lost her husband less than 24 hours, Lou. Give her a little bit of space first. Pictures of the queen and her husband, the justice of minister, pictures of the queen and her husband, the justice minister of Kurain.
Yes, my mother and my father.
At least she has a future. Yeah.
What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air?
Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use.
Well?
Yes, they're very awe-inspiring. Alright. Nothing else. Okay, now we'll talk to her. Praise a lot. How did Acolyte Zila end up living here as your husband's disciple?
2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, came across her he collapsed on the ground. That's why he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you?
Oh my gosh, guys. Just like the murder victim. Wow. And he's been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Kurain.
Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too.
I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. I did! What more? But will never hurt to take another look around. What more am I supposed to... Okay, what if I... Can I give this? Can I ask you about this photo?
It was taken during the Festival of Blessings, the day before the rite was held.
The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? The day before.
This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings.
The Feast of Blessings?
Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rites, so the day before it is performed. We enjoyed the dishes full of jingle, a herb known to strengthen the body and mind.
Ah.
Loved the jingle-based dishes I made, didn't you?
Jingle. I've heard you can go 3 days without sleep after eating some.
Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m.
That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong?
Very good guess, indeed. It's to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day.
Wow, it really is that strong? Come to think of it, that evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like crossed between garlic and mint.
To the Feast of Blessings, Ray went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. Never thought that would be the last time I would see him.
What was Maya doing at the time?
Shortly after Purre left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that.
Interesting. So, Acolyte Zila went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the place had iced over. So he's been frozen?
Purre was always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I've ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others.
I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here.
You seem disappointed.
Yeah? Miss Emmy, is there anything else you could tell me?
Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer...
Yes, of course I am. I'm gonna play everything.
Barbed head.
Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
You've paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case.
Like a little bit for your losses, so I can't help you. It's fine. We'll get there when we get there.
It's about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you?
Great. Oh boy. This is going swimmingly. This is like there's nothing. What am I supposed to do? Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. Failed to defend you during that trial earlier today.
Sorry too, Nick. Never meant to get you caught up in this whole mess.
It's made them numb to death, it seems. Maybe.
Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do.
I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow.
It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just...
Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence.
It's only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. Simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world.
Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't tell the bitter end.
There's no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from the Nephlite practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her.
Yeah, she can be hard to like sometimes. Like everyone else in this game. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me?
Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you.
She obviously doesn't know me very well.
Then perhaps your sentence will be communed and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that?
Maya, what are you...
What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to not... No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client, no matter what. There's no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong.
Nothing else to say, do you? Oh boy, that's gotta hurt.
Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge the people in error?
Yes, it's funny.
Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this?
Yep.
You know nothing, you phony baloney.
Please, you two, enough already.
Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh?
No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner.
How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this.
Yeah, she really is gonna pop like a balloon.
I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate.
Golly.
So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you.
I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. I guess. Alright, let's just do these and then I gotta end for the night. Could you try to remember what happened one more time?
I'm trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward.
Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank.
Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Though it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there.
Yeah. Right. Alright. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot?
We met several times during the meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet.
Didn't you eat together the day before the rite?
Yeah, we ate this super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first spite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time.
Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Yes, that's usual.
Now I miss ramen too.
So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating?
He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray.
What did you do?
Returned to the temple to prepare for the rite.
That coincides with Miss Inme's description of events. Alright. So we gotta end there for the night. Because I got stuff to do. The food killed him. I don't think the food killed him. He had a knife in his freaking neck. Lou, what do you mean? Alright. Well, we got a lot of progress. So, like I said, I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'm going to be doing something, but we're going to be playing a new game on Friday, so be excited to have that. Just raise the stakes again. Yes, it did. Alright, thank you guys for watching the stream, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!